partner just ahead. Plus, Helping Hands, Jenna's on a mission to spread holiday cheer with a special surprise for families in NYC.
3, 2, 1, Happy Holidays!
And Dwayne Johnson also making wishes come true this morning.
21 very deserving wish children are getting their wishes granted to meet Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and they are over the moon excited.
How he pulled off the surprise of a lifetime. And it's gonna be a carefree Christmas. Our very own Hoda and Jenna climbing the charts with their new holiday single.
It's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
And they will perform it live for the very first time right here on our plaza. So get ready to dance.
Merry Christmas, we're Hoda and Jenna with love.
Today, Wednesday, December 6th, 2023.
Friends for 50 years from Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Sending love to my daughter Ellie Grace in Auburn, Alabama.
Visiting from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Palm Coast, Florida.
Houston, Texas. And Evansville, Indiana. It's gonna be a
Good morning to my friends in Superior Public Schools.
in Superior, Nebraska. Best friends
Hershey, PA.
on today.
Hi, New England, California. I love you.
Surprise mom with a trip to the Today Show
From Youngstown, Ohio.
for her 75th birthday.
All right, we're back. Time for today's Toy Drive Spectacular. The goal is to get more toys to more kids this holiday season than we've ever done before.
Yes, and to learn how you can help, just scan that QR code. It's right at the bottom of your screen. And JBH is here after helping our effort in a really incredible way.
Oh my gosh, I had the most fun. For holiday shoppers trying to make ends meet, it can be a stressful time of year. But the team at Pay Away the Layaway wanted to change all that. Together, we gave shoppers the ultimate surprise and made spirits bright.
There's holiday magic in the air at Burlington and Brooklyn, New York. And these unsuspecting shoppers have no idea what's in store for them.
Guys, I am here in the layaway room where there are thousands of items for over 200 customers. We're going to surprise them big today and tell them that we are paying off all of their layaway.
It's all thanks to Pay Away the Layaway, a nonprofit that collects donations all year long to pay off balances nationwide. Since 2011, they've helped out 15,000 families.
We've heard so much about so many families struggling this year and really stretching to make the holiday what they want it to be.
Executive Director Julie Sullivan paid the bill for every layaway with children's items.
Our mission is to inspire hope and spread kindness.
A lot of these people don't know if they're going to be able to buy some of these gifts. How do you feel like it spreads joy?
When we tell someone that their layaway balance is paid off, we see reactions that span from jumping up and down, clapping, cheering, to breaking down in tears and sobbing. And what we've really come to realize is it's really a stress reliever.
3, 2, 1, Happy Holidays!
I was honored to join the team of holiday helpers as we began wrapping toy after toy.
Here you go. You're welcome.
We quickly got into the holiday spirit.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
It wasn't long before our shopping carts were filled with as many toys as Santa's sleigh. It was time to set up the operation for our big surprise. We placed hidden cameras on towers of toys, disguised our volunteers as store employees. And the most important part, calling in the shoppers.
If you could sign in, thank you for coming today.
They were invited to the store for what they thought was a promotional event. The crowd made their way back to the layaway counter. It was go time.
Are you ready to go out? Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Hi, everybody. How are you? I have an announcement. Are y'all ready? Yeah! Okay, well, thanks to Pay Away the Layaway, we have a huge surprise. All of your layaways have been paid off.
The holiday spirit instantly swept through the store.
Just take some pressure off and give toys to some kids.
My grandkids,
Your grandkids.
Thank you so much.
Customers were bursting with joy and also relief.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy.
Does this help?
I'm still happy. Help me laugh.
Who are the presents for?
My daughter, and I have a lot of stuff here.
Well, we're glad we could get you presents for your daughter.
Baby Tahara also had special items on layaway.
What is she getting from here?
I bought her a nightlight and some clothes.
A nightlight and some clothes to keep her nice and warm.
Yes.
So does this help y'all?
100, anything else.
The store's youngest customer was baby Caden, who is celebrating his very first Christmas.
And are there some presents in there for him?
Some shoes and
Some
stuff.
shoes.
He's grateful for it.
He's grateful. Merry Christmas to you, baby.
Nielle's shopping list included toys for her 8 grandchildren.
It feels so great because there's a lot of strain over Christmas and getting everything together when you have so much loved ones to buy for.
Yeah.
It's just for overwhelming relief.
Overwhelming relief. Do you feel the Christmas spirit?
I feel the Christmas spirit now. Yes, I do. I don't know. Woo! Like dancing.
Making spirits bright in an unexpected place and a beautiful celebration of the season of giving.
How awesome is that organization?
I love it.
It's so much fun. They do it all year, but this is their big season, of course, because people are putting things on layaway for their children and grandchildren, and it's just so fun. I feel like every family should be part of something like that.
I like the lady who was dancing as a nurse, she said.
Yeah,
I
she's
just
a nurse.
love her. I love
She's
all
a nurse.
of them.
She came in between shifts.
Wow.
Pay away the layaway.
And
love
people
it.
are getting, I mean, they're getting warm clothes for their kids.
Yes,
and shoes.
exactly.
You know,
it wasn't just
basics.
gifts. It was
Yeah.
things they need.
All right, so another reminder, guys, scan that QR code, learn more about ways you can get involved with our toy drive. And for more about Pay Away the Layaway, head to today.com. Jenna, that was awesome.
Oh, love that. Of course, Jenna, you're back in just a moment.
ready?
I know we haven't mentioned it, but you guys have a concert.
No, right?
I told you it was right. She stage
There's
bumped
still
me.
time.
We're going to work out the choreo. Is that what you were telling me? It's called choreo.
Choreo, that's what I call
I'm
it.
practicing.
Now
and
we
she
have.
tried to calm me down earlier because she wanted an extra practice. But anyway, we've got it.
Welcome back. Well, since it began in 1980, Make-A-Wish has granted more than 900,000 wishes to children with critical illnesses all around the world.
Child by child, wish by wish, they change lives. And this week, Make-A-Wish went even bigger.
NBC's Jacob Soboroff joins us now with a really heartwarming story. Hey, buddy.
Morning, guys. Yeah, this was such a special day. The children at Make-A-Wish are really dealing with unimaginable hardships. But one thing that they never run out of is hope. And Make-A-Wish allows them to dream. For these kids, Dwayne Johnson, he's the dream of a lifetime.
On a sparkling 78-degree December day in Southern California, a group of very special kids and their families began a journey to fulfill a wish.
21 very deserving wish children are getting their wishes granted to meet Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and they are over the moon excited.
I'm his biggest fan.
Best eyebrow. All of it happened at Universal Studios Hollywood.
I want to flip and arm wrestle him.
Enter The Rock.
Mr. Johnson.
How are you, sir?
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
So today is one of the biggest days in Make-A-Wish history.
It's unbelievable. We're in the back lot here at Universal, and they're going to be on a tram coming up. They have no idea I'm going to be here.
He got back in the car. Here comes the tram.
We got a pretty cool looking pickup truck over there.
How are you doing? I'm so good. It's so good to see you. Should I get on this tram with you guys? Yeah! All right, let's do it.
For these kids and families, it was a dream come true.
We knew we were going to feed him here, but I didn't know he was going to do it.
Like this.
The Rock giving the Universal Backlot Tour.
Toss Kevin Hart in the water.
Yes! But then the shark would still be hungry.
That's true.
Pleasing his fans is in The Rock's DNA, and he took time throughout the day to do just that.
What's the best part about the tour so far? Thank you. I was just fishing for that compliment.
But Make-A-Wish and these kids are in his heart, and have been since his own dad, Rocky, granted the first New Jersey wish 40 years ago.
This little boy named Bobby, I'll never forget it, his last wish was to meet my dad. It puts things into perspective for you right away.
So for the last 25 years, he's followed in those footsteps, making wishes come true.
You could pick any charity in any part of the country, any part of the world, really, to work with, but you have chosen this charity. Why?
These are kids, and man, the cards that they are dealt, they didn't ask for it, but they're playing these hands as best they can. You know, I get emotional. These kids are so strong.
On a day where he was only supposed to spend an hour with these families, he spent 5 providing entertainment, hugs, and granting Adelaide's special wish.
You're going to get your budge.
It was so clear that giving back is a genuine part of his character, I felt compelled to ask him about swirling presidential rumors.
Today you get to help, dozens of children. You sure you don't want to be president of the United States?
Here's what I could tell you with 100% certainty and surety is that I believe in working hard, controlling the controllables, kicking ass, and always give back. That's what I could tell you.
So it's not a no.
You see what?
It's not a no.
You see what I
it's
did?
It's not a no.
And he's starting with these kids.
What I love about days like today is it's a way for us to show people that there's a lot of good out there, man. So I like that.
What a guy. Regarding the presidential ambitions, The Rock also told me no matter who wins the election this time in 2024, he's going to do his best to bring the country together. And as you heard, he did not rule out a run in the future. As far as Make-A-Wish, guys, they tell me every single time they do something with Dwayne, and he posts to his nearly 400 million Instagram followers, which is hard to believe, as he did this week, they get this massive boost in support. And with so many wishes yet to grant, that could not be more critical. And that's what this is all about, you guys.
Yeah. I mean, Make-A-Wish has been doing God's work for a long time.
900,000 wishes.
That's amazing, right?
Amazing.
So, Bo, thank you. Thanks for that.
Coming up next, the lovely and talented Elizabeth Banks on her new movie that is perfect to watch with your family over the holidays. Go out to the theater, check it out. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are going to, good morning, welcome back, Elizabeth Banks. She does it all. She's a producer, director, actor, mom. Of course, you know her from Pitch Perfect, Hunger Games, so many more. And in the new animated film Migration, Elizabeth is the voice of a mother duck whose family leaves a comfortable life in their pond to go on a big adventure. Take a look.
How about we share the sandwich 50-50?
80-20.
60-40.
70-30.
65-35.
68-32.
67-33.
You got yourself a deal.
Uncle Dan, cut the sandwich.
You don't want to try 50-50 again?
Elizabeth, good morning.
Hi.
Did you ever think you'd get to act across Danny DeVito?
I mean,
maybe not as a duck, but
maybe not as a duck. Man, is he funny in this film, though. This film has got laughs for everyone, I'm telling you. I had a great time making this sweet movie.
Cute and just in time for Christmas, which I think a lot of people like to get out to the theaters.
I know. I love taking my kids to see a movie over the holidays.
I do too, and I'm always wishing there were more kids' movies to take them to. And your kids are like the target age, aren't they? They're like 9 and 11.
My kids are a little older, but man, which is hard because they're gonna think it's really adorable, and they're actually gonna start getting all the adult jokes now.
Yeah.
They'll start realizing how sophisticated it is. The things aren't going over their heads as much anymore.
It's super enjoyable. You're Pam, you're the mom duck. Yes. And the family goes on an adventure. It's all about kind of risk-taking and getting out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about leaving the nest, like, you know, literally. and how we have to sort of like, we can't be afraid of everything in the big bad world, and we do have to sort of let go. And I don't know, it's just got a great, beautiful, fun, sweet message inside of it.
We need that more than ever.
And it's beautiful animation too.
Well, and it takes a long time to do animations, because I was reading that you did this actually during the pandemic, which seems like 400 years ago.
I know, I've lost track of time, but yes, we worked on this for a really long time. Animation takes a long time. Mike White wrote the original script.
He did White Lotus. I mean, that's
and then he did
so
two seasons of White Lotus since we've been working on this film. So, yeah, it takes forever, but it's worth it because it comes out so beautifully.
It is. I mean, look at that. It really is beautiful. So it's all about risk taking. What was the last big risk that you took, do you think?
Oh my gosh.
Or out of your comfort zone?
Ooh, what was a lot? You know, I all that's going through my head right now, all the things I want to do.
Yeah, okay, well, we can go there.
I want to jump out of an airplane, and I haven't done it yet. I got really jealous of Jared Leto climbing the Empire State Building.
Did you? Oh my
I
gosh.
was like, how do you get to do that? And I actually got to ask him, and he said it took him like a year of hearing no. So he just had to persist.
Well, it is. I mean, you have a big birthday coming up. You're turning 50.
Yeah.
I have to say, having recently turned 50, I love middle age, and I think you will too.
I'm all for it, actually.
I know you're fired up about it, right?
I am. I have a really, I'm trying to have a really positive, I actually do. I'm not trying to. I have a really positive attitude about it. I think that I get to stand on all of the learning that I've done, all of the knowledge that I've accrued. I don't have that imposter syndrome anymore. I feel very confident. I've learned how to live my life, be an adult, you know, be the mom that I want to be the wife I want to be the producer, actor, director that I want to be the activist I want to be. I know what I care about. I know what's meaningful to me, and I just want to keep my life about those things. And I'm having a great time.
Well, you know, you've managed to pull it off because you're incredibly successful as an artist. You also have these 2 wonderful kids. You've been married since 2003.
Yeah.
I mean, you're kind of doing it all. I know we're not supposed to say that, but you are actually kind of doing it.
You're not supposed to say that. You know what? You can do it all with great help in your life, with great people in your life, with a great support system, and that's what I have.
And what are your kids, what are they into these days?
Well, we're about to go skiing for the holidays.
Ooh, nice.
My kids are raging skiers. I'm 2 minutes away from not being able to hang with them at all. And I've been skiing my whole life. They're whirlwinds, and they can't wait to go down double black diamonds. It's all about the double black diamond. And I'm like, oof, that'll be my risk this winter.
Well, I know. I was going to say, there you go.
Yeah.
There's a little risk taking. Speaking of risk taking, are you going to stay for the concert with Hoda and Janice?
I saw them backstage warming up for this. Guys, this is going to be a treat. I mean, they're committed.
They're fully committed.
I feel like there's actually no panic at all. They're like ready to go.
They're ready. They're just practicing their choreo.
Yeah, there was choreo for sure.
Definitely.
This is a full-on, I'm excited for America to see this.
Me too. Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here. The film is called Migration, super cute. It's from our sister company, Universal, and it is in theaters just in time for Christmas, December 22nd. Up next, the big moment has arrived. Hoda and Jenna hitting our concert stage for a special live performance of their smash hit, A Carefree Christmas. Oh my gosh, they have outfits. Elizabeth, they have outfits.
You've got leather.
Oh, leather. But first, this is today on NBC. It's leather weather.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back on our City Concert stage with the moment that we have been looking forward to all morning long.
Guys, you look hot.
This is my
Some
favorite
artists only go by one name. Beyonce, Madonna, Hoda, Jenna, two amazing artists who have teamed up to become holiday hit makers. You can get this hit on Spotify by scanning the QR code on your screen. Hoda and Jenna are about to do their song.
Wow.
Well, and we
Where's
should point
Cheryl
out,
Porter?
Cheryl
Yeah.
Porter is a legend. Everybody knows Cheryl. She's a great music teacher. And you know what's funny? This started off as just a story Jen and I were going to do. And to our surprise and shock, this song has climbed the iTunes chart.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. And we're going to perform it live. But here is how this song came to be. There are certain dreams that are almost too big to dream.
Yes.
Dropping a single at Christmas time seems like a huge dream, but guess what?
We're doing it.
We are doing it.
You look so beautiful.
Is this really happening?
Wait, it's happening.
And leading the way was our vibrant vocal coach, Cheryl Porter. With more than 10 million YouTube subscribers and a successful singing method, we knew we were in good hands. We first met Cheryl back in May. After just one singing lesson and a boost of confidence,
So good.
a light bulb went off.
Move over, Mariah, because we are partnering with Cheryl to create an original holiday song.
You heard that right. Immediately, Jenna and I got to work on our first Christmas single drop.
So the name of the song is Carefree Christmas. So it's like, listen, you can be busy on this Christmas. It can be stressful, but you can still be happy and carefree.
Cheryl could teach that chair to sing. So she sat with us and we matched her tone.
Yes.
And we learned literally to go from non-singers to below average singers.
You can do any kind of notes you want to because all the notes that you're landing are good. But I love
Yes, you do.
And last week, we released our song to the world.
Here's the music video for our original Christmas song, A Carefree Christmas with Hoda and Jenna.
It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. Stop and smell the pine.
In return, we received a Christmas miracle.
It charted on Apple iTunes.
Wait, top 10. Now, A Carefree Christmas is spreading a bit of Christmas cheer everywhere.
Carefree Christmas. People everywhere. There you go.
Guys, it is a juggernaut. And now, For the first time ever, performing live on our plaza, Hoda, Jenna, the talents of Cheryl Porter singing, and this wonderful choir I saw you brought back.
Manhattan School of Music.
Yes, so A Carefree Christmas, take it away.
We got this! Sing it on!
Let's ride the wave and turn the page. It's time for Christmas Day.
Buy a small tree like home and coffee for the holiday. Fire's roaring, weird cheese boarding, joy is in the air. No social dilemmas all around us. Let's let down our hair. There's gonna be a carefree Christmas. Stop and smell the pine. Boughs of holly make us jolly. We're all feeling fine. Making Texas big and all the fun. With memories to share. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. With people everywhere. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from Hoda and Jenna with love.
You did it! Fantastic! You did it!
Come on, singers!
Wow.
That was so fun. And who are you?
That was fun.
And who's this guy? Come on, we need to go. Gerard. Oh my God, Gerard, amazing. Oh my God, this is our head of props, Gerard. Never seen you like that. Oh my gosh.
You're very welcome.
Did you guys have fun?
That was amazing. That was the best ever.
That was amazing. By the way, you guys, we want to thank everybody who helped us out this morning, especially Amanda Bartow for our killer dance move. She helped us with our choreo. Richard Baskin Jr. at the Manhattan School of Music Ensemble Choir. Amazing. And, of course, our amazing vocal coach, Cheryl Porter. And as we said, she can teach anyone to sing. How did that feel for you?
It feels amazing to see you guys, how far you've come. And it's amazing. I believe that there's a singer in all of us. And I created a chorus. Anybody can learn to sing with my chorus in my school. Anyone can learn to sing because I believe there's a singer inside of all of us. It doesn't matter if you're a professional singer or beginning singer, there is a singer inside of you.
You know what?
You.
There's now
Sure.
there's now a testament to that. Because you really did show your genius by trying to teach us.
No, you all were amazing.
We love you.
We want to remind folks,
incredible.
you can stream A Carefree Christmas wherever you get your music, or you can also just scan that QR code. It will take you right to the song
Should we do it
on
one more
Spotify.
time? One more time!
And louder.
It was so good.
Gonna be a memories to share. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. With people everywhere. La 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 Christmas.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Time's Person of the Year revealed.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
Taylor Swift's dominance on stage, screen, and beyond now entering a new era. Then later, our holiday nutrition checklist, how to have fun without overindulging, and the one thing you should do before any holiday party. Plus, Ethan Hawke live in Studio 1A, telling us about his intense new movie with an A-list cast. Today, Wednesday, December 6th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of today. Gang's all here. We got Chanel, we got
Good
Craig,
morning,
we got Dylan
everybody.
on a hump day.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
Yeah, and it is a big one because this morning we got to exclusively reveal Time's Person of the Year.
Yes, we did. In case you missed it, this year's choice is a person who transcended music and entertainment. Taylor Swift, Times editor-in-chief, was here earlier and said that they went with someone who is spreading light to the world. I mean, she really is a global superstar. We kind of thought she would be the Time Person of the Year. Her Eras tour is on track to be the highest-grossing international tour of all time. She also brought it to theaters and that trailblazing deal. And, of course, her relationship with NFL star Travis Kelce exposed her to just a whole new audience. She's been everywhere this year. Time interviewed Taylor for this issue, her first interview in 4 years.
Wow. First interview, period?
To any journalist.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess
she didn't really need
she doesn't need the middleman. Yeah, and it was on her terms.
Wow.
Now it was time for her to talk. She told the magazine that she feels like this year has been the breakthrough moment of her career. They have 3 covers. They're available for purchase on time.com right now, and they will be on newsstands December 15th.
It's
They will be
amazing.
selling out very quickly.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, congratulations. She's worked her butt off.
Yeah, you
She's
can't argue
done it
against
all.
anyone being more influential over the past year, for real.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
All right.
Speaking of somebody who is so influential, this morning we received some sad news. Passing of a television legend, activist and icon Norman Lear has died at 101 years old. Over that 75-year career, he created some of the most groundbreaking and iconic TV series of all time that openly dealt with issues like race. And we're talking about All in the Family, The Jeffersons, Good Times, Maude, just to name a few. And I got the honor of sitting down with Norman Lear over a pastrami sandwich several years ago at the Carnegie Deli. And I asked him about his legacy. Do you think about your legacy?
You know, I'm forced to think about it because people are asking me. I would say he mattered, but only if I could help people understand that's true of all of us. Every day is another production.
Every day is another production.
That's right. Got the National Medal of Arts from President Clinton in 1999, 2-time Peabody Award winner, Kennedy Center honoree in 2017, and such a great self-deprecating sense of humor. When I was interviewing him, and his wife was just to the side, and he said, "Honey, tell him what it's like to have sex with that nonagenarian, how great it is." And she says, "That once a year is fantastic."
Oh my God! Oh my God!
He set it up. She kicked it to him. He's just, what a great life and what a great legacy.
I was just about to say, and the work he leaves behind. You think about shows like The Jeffersons.
Yeah.
And I mean, all those shows that, to me, still hold. Like, you know what I mean?
Although I have wondered sometimes whether some of those shows would get on the air these days.
I don't think they would.
If you remember, they did it live. They did a couple of those,
that's right.
All in the Family live, and they were controversial then, controversial now.
I think so I think that part of it is still controversial, but I think, he went for it. And I think it was necessary at the time.
At a time when he could.
Using humor
Exactly.
to address real serious issues.
Yes.
He will be missed.
Well, turning now to a really fascinating new study just released this morning about relationships and our health. Researchers at the Journal of the American Heart Association studied heterosexual couples in 4 different countries: the United States, England, China, and India. Here's what they found. They found that many of these couples tend to share the same blood pressure. Start making your own conclusions there. NBC's medical contributor, Dr. Tara Narula, joins us now to break down what the study found. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It kind of feels like it makes sense in some ways. I mean, people joke that, your spouse can raise your blood pressure, but it's
lower it.
Or lower it, I guess, for better or worse. Is it just because you're in the same, the same energy in the house, same food? Like, what's going on?
I think it's a great question, and you may want to go home tonight and ask your partners what their blood pressure is. Yes, this study actually showed that about 20 to 47% of these couples worldwide shared high blood pressure in the countries that they looked at. These were couples who were in their 60s or 70s, have been partnered for on average about 30 years, heterosexual couples. And the question really is why? And I think, we don't know necessarily, but we can hypothesize that it has to do with lifestyle factors. So we know that lifestyle is important important to blood pressure. In fact, when I talk to my patients, a lot of it is about what are you doing in terms of exercise and watching your salt intake and limiting alcohol and making sure that you're managing stress. And so if you're living with someone and you're sharing a lot of these routines, it can either be for the better or potentially for the worse. But it really opens up the door to thinking about how we might approach couples and really maybe having both of them come in for a visit at the same time. I actually have several couples who come together, telling them take your blood pressure together at home, go for a walk, cook together.
Treat them the same way.
Exactly.
So they can, I mean, if we went up together, they can go down together.
And you improve the health of the whole household.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, so it's an interesting concept.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Newell, for folks who are not familiar with the numbers, what exactly are the best numbers for blood pressure? I know it changed recently.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked. So in this study, they actually used a cutoff of greater than 140 over 90. But here in this country, we really talk about anything that's greater than 130 for the top number or 80 for the bottom number. And it is important to know your numbers. I actually had a friend this weekend just say to me, well, I've been told my blood pressure is fine over the years. And I said, well, what have they said? And she said, well, it's 134 over 85. And I said, it's not fine. And unfortunately, a lot of people get told that that's okay. And in our cardiology world, it's not. So a normal blood pressure is really 120 over 80 or less.
So how did it get to 130? Like, what's that?
So 120 to 130 is actually elevated. Once you cross that 130 threshold for the top or the 80 for the bottom, you have high blood pressure. And, it is important to start getting screened in your 20s yearly and really pay attention and know your family history, because a lot of times it can be, passed on. And so it's important to understand that as well.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, I just was wondering, I mean, they were looking kind of at a negative, and you kind of alluded to this. Are they going to look at whether couples who are doing well, who have lower blood pressure, they can affect each other with lower blood pressure?
Well, I would hope they would look at that. And I think that's a great question. They did not look at that in this study, but that is definitely the goal, right? Is how can you, again, improve this for both the husband and the wife? We know that hypertension affects over half of American adults, about 100 million Americans, and many times it's silent, Al. So you don't know you have it because you don't have symptoms, but it's damaging the blood vessels everywhere, and it can lead to heart failure, heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, blindness, sexual dysfunction,
all the things.
Really bad things.
We're out of time, but if there was one thing, since we're all listening and you have our attention, people watching this morning, one thing we should do as a cardiologist, what would you say for our blood?
Know your blood pressure, get it checked, write it down, and make sure you bring it up with your doctor. Is this number okay?
Know your number.
Yeah, know your number.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And, well, speaking of health, coming up in today's checklist, we're going to talk about holiday nutrition and how to stay on track during this busy party season. Then later, we're going to take a dramatic turn. Ethan Hawke, live in Studio 1A, talking about his intense new movie, working with his daughter, and a whole lot more. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
The holiday edition of today's checklist with lots of gatherings coming up. We're surrounded by food and sweets and alcohol. So this morning, we are learning how we can maintain healthy habits and stay mindful of our nutrition. Registered dietitian and co-founder of Culina Health, Vanessa Rossetto, is here to help us out this morning. Good morning. Happy holidays.
Yeah, you too.
So first things first, we have all the invites coming in, and you say, it's okay to not do everything.
Yeah, you can say no. Like you literally just don't have to go. So if you got invited to 7 parties this week and maybe wait loss or maintenance is your goal, you might not want to say yes to every single one of them. It's very freeing. Everyone should try it.
That's Al's motto. Always start with a no.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to one of the couple of holidays parties we chose to go to. You say eating beforehand helps.
Everyone does this. They want to like save up their calories. And what happens is you get to the party and you cannot keep yourself in control, and then you just eat whatever is in front of you. So the way to mitigate that is you want to have protein, fat, and some fiber. That's going to help slow down digestion, keep you full, and it's going to keep you focused on what your goals are.
So you say this is a good snack to have before a party.
100%. So non-fat Greek yogurt is about 19 grams of protein. It's a pretty high serving of protein. If you think 4 ounces of chicken is 31 grams. So that's going to really do the trick. And then you have, a cup of raspberries is 8 grams of fiber, pretty low in calories. And then also 15 almonds is a good serving of fat and also like low calories. So that all together is going to help to meet that little.
That's perfect. Then you're not going to the party and like.
That's right.
How do you eat at a party?
That's how I was like.
Every time they walk by, would you like to try this? You're like, yes, please.
But because you've had this, you're going to say no, thank you.
So Vanessa, when we do get to the party and the food is so tempting, it looks so delicious, how should we portion out our plates?
Yeah, so everyone is pretty forward on vegetables these days, so we want to have half the plate having veggies. That is going to, again, slow down digestion, help keep you full. And the rest of the plate is going to have protein, and then if you'd like, a starch.
Okay, so half veggies.
Half veggies.
And there's our
proteins.
That's a fun little animation.
6 to 8 ounces, yeah. But 6 to 8 ounces, that is sort of recommended, for someone maybe your size. So a good rule of thumb is let's look at the palm of my hand minus my fingers, and that is going to be an appropriate serving of protein.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Yeah, so that's 3 ounces.
Different than the ribeye.
That's 3 ounces. So for Craig, he's going to need 6 to 8. So he's going to have 2 palms of his hands minus the fingers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do we have here?
Seltzer is the savior.
And why?
Because everyone goes to the parties and
that's for you.
Oh, that's for me.
It's
Oh,
for
wait,
you.
bring that little pedal over me. Because I
push it.
thought I was supposed to talk about alcohol.
Yeah, we're going to talk about alcohol.
Well, because here's the thing. Listen, there are people who have chosen to go dry, and I think if you go in with the intention to not drink, it's a little easier.
Yeah.
But if you go in without that intention and you just want to have a good time, that's where it starts to kind of creep up on you.
So you have to eat before you got there.
Yep.
So you're full, you've
Yep.
got something.
Okay.
And then for every alcoholic drink you have, you should have a seltzer. It's going to help you be hydrated and also full. Also, I do a couple of things. Like if I get to the party, maybe I'm not going to start drinking until 8 if the party started at 6.
So wait a second.
Wait a second.
So don't
What if
get
you
there.
pre-party?
You get
I
there,
know.
go to the
That's
cocktail
the
hour.
problem.
That's another thing. You pre-party.
Pre-party's
By
a
the
different
time the
story.
party's over, you've had.
That's it. So
Okay.
you want to really say to yourself, okay, I'm going to set limits. Also, maybe a drink that isn't your favorite.
So I think this is really interesting. It's something that you like, but then you're just kind of sipping on it.
Yes.
And you're not going nuts.
So you're not going nuts. So, maybe you don't like whiskey that much. So you put ice in it and you're sipping
just
it.
kinda-
and then you have.
I mean, it's not horrible, but it's just not something where you're just going to.
That's right, because the wine can just go.
Okay, so Vanessa, let's just assume we haven't paid any attention.
You don't care.
We kind of blew through everything. We've had a platter of pigs in a blanket. You're stuffed. It's done. What do you do now?
Okay, so if you feel kind of not so great the next day and you feel pretty bloated, you can have dandelion tea. That is
never heard of you.
natural diuretic. You can also just have dandelion greens. They're pretty bitter, but it does work.
Is this bitter?
No, it's not bitter. It tastes good. Put some lemon juice in it. That'll be okay. You could also do cucumbers. You could do lemon. You could do celery. Those are all natural diuretics.
Tastes like soap, but it's good.
It tastes like
Just put a little bit of honey
It's not
in
as harsh
it,
as
or-
like green tea.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And so these are ways, asparagus, these are just ways for you to de-bloat, feel better, and just go on about your
And then what about getting back on track? Because a lot of times this happens and you say, oh, what the heck, I've blown it. I may as well just go hog wild.
So think about everything in an aggregate. So you have 35 chances a week to meet your goals. And so every meal is a new chance. Okay. So just forget about it. You had a good time. It was the holidays. You enjoyed with your friends and your family.
You gotta get back up
Not
again.
all is lost.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank
Great.
you.
Yeah, very good tips. Very helpful. For more holiday nutrition tips, head to today.com/health.
I'm over here trying to drink all the dandelion tea. All right, coming up, Ethan Hawke is live in Studio 1A. We're going to find out about his intense new movie with an all-star cast. We'll be right back.
good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our next guest is a Hollywood force to be reckoned with. Ethan Hawke's breakthrough performance came in 1989 in the classic film Dead Poets Society.
Well, he went on to earn 4 Oscar nominations, including 1 for Best Supporting Actor for his role in the hit film Training Day.
Oh, yeah. Well, now Ethan Hawke is starring alongside Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali in the apocalyptic thriller Leave the World Behind.
So Ethan plays Clay, the family patriarch. After renting a luxury vacation home, they are confronted by 2 strangers bearing news of a cyber attack. Clay heads into town to figure out what's going on, but is startled by what happens along the way.
I don't trust them. What happened? Did you get to town?
I didn't get far. And then I heard that noise.
What do you mean? Where have you been? What were you doing? I was going crazy.
I don't know. I just started to drive, and then I heard that noise, and I came right back.
So you didn't see anyone that might help us figure out what's happening here?
No, I did not see anyone.
To it than that.
Just looks like he's lying.
I feel like there's something going on.
Yeah, I think I might have overplayed my hand
Morning,
there.
exactly.
Ethan, welcome back. Welcome back. So, I mean, I read that you actually say that this movie is potentially a siren, a warning call even. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a beautiful book, and that the film is based on, and it kind of paints a portrait of a society that's half asleep and not paying attention to the signs that they're seeing, and it's easy for us to relate to it. You know,
Yes.
Everybody lost in their phones. You take their phones away from them, they don't know who they are.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know, and with a sense of community that gets lost, knowing how our lives work and how our lives operate, and a whole culture that's oriented around being entertained. What happens if you take that away?
That's so good. It's so intriguing. Can we talk about this all-star cast? I mean, you were you have Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Kevin Bacon. I mean, what was it like? You're working with a team of legends, if you will. And yourself, exactly. You're right.
Yeah, but you don't feel like that when it's you, because you're just kind of looking like, wow, that's
you're
Julia
right.
Roberts. Yeah, well.
Is there a difference in, or do you feel this level of excellence when you guys are all, when you're in it?
Well, first of all, it's why you take the job, because you want to be surrounded by excellence. It's like you guys, you want to be a part of something that works at a high level and it makes you your best. So that's good. The downside is, I think sometimes people put a lot of pressure on themselves. If people perceive you as being excellent, you can put a lot of pressure on yourself to try to
Meet
and
that.
that can ruin a sense of playfulness.
Yes.
Where you're not willing to make mistakes. And one of the things I really like about Julia and Mahershala is they're just both so good at their job, and they're really honest people. And I liked being on the set with them
So
because
cool.
you could just admit that.
Yeah.
And then everybody starts to play again.
It's good.
Well, being good at your job must run in the genes because your 2 kids, Maya and Levon, both actors themselves. You actually just directed Maya in Wildcats. So, I mean, is it true that she actually attempted to call you Ethan on set?
Well, you have to understand, the movie it was really her idea. She came to me with this passion. She had a passion for this American author, Flannery O'Connor, and she knew that I too had the same. She's like, we should make a movie about that. I was like, we should. She did experiment with calling me Ethan on set because she thought it sounded more professional. You think, hey, Dad, I think. All of a sudden,
that's
everybody feels
funny.
like they're at Thanksgiving dinner. Working. But I think it lasted a couple hours.
That's funny.
And then it went back to Dad.
How is it working together? Can you separate, being dad from being a director?
I loved it. I mean, I grew up with this young person. I've watched her turn into the artist that she is. And that's kind of our safe place. If you find us at Christmas time, we could be bickering a lot.
Sure.
But talking about art, talking about movies, talking about music, that's the place where I really connect with her.
Special.
Yeah.
And you're a proud dad. And in fact, you've kind of leaned into the Nepo thing, the Nepo
Well, I
dad.
feel sorry for this generation that this word has somehow turned into
It's a
being
negative.
derisive when it's the history of mankind. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree is a very old expression. I like what Deion Sanders says about it, which is when he works with his kids, he says, "Have you seen them play?"
Yeah, right, that's all the time.
It's short for nepotism.
Your kids grow up watching you do something.
I love
it's
it.
only natural.
We're almost out of time, but before you leave us, I mean, you've accomplished so much in your career. I was reading this morning, I didn't know this. The one thing you have been vocal about is your desire to be in a Star Wars film.
Yeah, that hasn't worked. I've said it on every talk show, and I'm thinking I'm going to get the.
How is this
put it
not
out there,
possible?
but it hasn't helped.
Would you go for like a series on Disney Plus, like Star Wars?
Man, I'll be Obi-Wan's best friend.
Ethan, I feel like there's time.
He's manifesting.
Come on,
people.
Someday I hope to be on the show
Talking
promoting
about
it,
it.
and we'll show a clip of this moment. Say dreams come
Are
true.
you okay behind a mask?
I'll do whatever they want. Give me a lightsaber. I'll be a bad guy. I'll be a good guy. I don't care.
All right, well, to be continued on that. Leave the World Behind is in select theaters now and on Netflix this Friday.
And Ethan's new Star Wars film will be in theaters soon. Coming up, we are entering the heart of the holidays, folks. So this morning we're going to reflect on faith and reflect on the true meaning of the season, regardless of your faith. And then later, we're going to celebrate the start of Hanukkah with a bit of a purple spin on traditional latkes. Third hour of today. Right back after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We all know the holidays can be a hectic time, stressful for some. So this morning, we are taking a moment to reflect on faith and love. With us now is Rabbi Rachel Ain, of the Sutton Place Synagogue, and the Reverend Dr. Jackie Lewis, Senior Minister of Public Theologian of Middle Church, both here in New York. We're so happy that you guys are both with us this morning. Rabbi Ain, let me start with you. Hanukkah starts tomorrow at sundown. I don't want to take for granted that people know the true meaning of the holiday.
Well, there are a number of meanings. Most important, it's a holiday about the miracle, a miracle that light can prevail, that when things are down, we can come back. And the original story is that the Maccabees had to fight to be able to live as Jews in the land of Israel thousands of years ago. And that's something that we are constantly thinking about today. But this idea that we keep our faith strong despite how dark it is, and we light lights each night, even more each night, shows how we can light up the darkness.
And Reverend Jackie, what are the similarities between Christmas and Hanukkah? What can we find, that Venn diagram, that overlap?
Thank you so much for that. Well, the first thing is that the Jesus that we celebrate coming into the world is Jewish. So this is his story also. I think this idea, though, of light breaking into the darkness, one of our Christian texts says, the light that was the light of the whole world came into existence and the darkness can't overcome it. So we believe that light is God enfleshed in this little baby, this Jewish baby born in Palestine. There's a lot of overlap about hope and light in the midst of darkness.
Yeah, it's so important. And it's also important it's a time when families should be coming together. So tell us about reconciliation and how we should kind of put that into play this time of year?
Sure. Well, I think also in our weekly Torah reading, we're also in the midst of reading about families and reconciliation, Jacob and Joseph and the brothers and everything going on, that we know the family drama goes back thousands of years, but we always have the opportunity to come together. And I think right now, especially with what's going on in the world, sitting together as families and as communities and talking about that is crucial, because we can't be alone right now.
Well, Reverend Jackie, the rabbis alluded to it. There is so much happening in the world, especially when we look at what's going on in the Middle East right now. In these times, how do we go about finding peace, finding calm?
I think love is the key. Love, not namby-pamby love, a kind of fierce love that understands sacrifice, understands forgiveness, the kind of love that we say is in the manger, this love that wants to see the other and see ourselves connected to the other, that we're all inextricably connected, that when there's a thirsty child in Israel, Palestine, or Michigan, our throats are parched. I think it's the kind of love that will draw us into community and actually really heal the world.
An empathetic love. It sounds like that's what you're describing.
Absolutely.
And what about
love.
for people who are, let's say, maybe watching this morning, who may be in the midst of a storm? How do you find joy in a storm?
You find joy by looking out for those rainbows, that you know that a rainbow can emerge. And the rainbow in the Torah is a symbol of hope, the idea that the world won't fully be destroyed again. So as dark as those storm waters feel right now, we have to hold out hope that things will get better, but we have to work at it. It doesn't happen overnight.
You know, Rabbi, right now, as Craig alluded to, we've got things going on in the Middle East, and, we want to be allies. I remember during Black Lives Matter and George Floyd, friends of mine who weren't black called, checking on them. How do you reach out to our Jewish friends while you feel empathy for civilian casualties in Gaza, but you also obviously care about what's happening in Israel as well?
I so appreciate that question. I too feel empathy for civilian lives in Gaza. We're all under the terror of Hamas, so thank you for saying that. I need people to reach out. I need people to say, how are you? The first thing Jackie asked me was, Rachel, how are you? I need people to speak up for the women who have been raped and who have been silenced, because silencing voices is like a double victimization. So even being asked that question means so much this morning. Thank you.
Reverend Jackie, I'll ask you this question as well, Rabbi, but Reverend Jackie, first to you. What's your prayer for this holiday season?
My prayer is for peace. That every child, every senior, every adult, all the people living all around the globe in places of conflict and tension, but especially right now in the Holy Land, my prayer is for peace that surpasses understanding, that starts from within and ripples out into our communities.
Rabbi?
My prayer is that the hostages get released and come home and can be able to celebrate the holidays with their families, and that for those whose lives have been tormented by this, can find the peace and understanding that they need.
All right, Rabbi Ain and Reverend Jackie, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Coming up, in celebration of Hanukkah tomorrow night, we are making latkes in Today Food, but this time we're trying them with a colorful twist. And then later, the amazingly talented Chloe Flower is here with a beautiful holiday performance. We'll be right back.
As we mentioned, tomorrow is the first night of Hanukkah, and we're going to celebrate the holiday in delicious fashion by putting a spin on the traditional Hanukkah latkes. Here to show us how is executive chef of Chi Siamo, Hillary Sterling. Good morning, Hillary.
Good morning. Thank you for
We
having
are so thrilled to have you. And you're going to put a little spin on this. You've got a purple sweet potato. Why do you like this?
Purple sweet potatoes are a little bit drier, a little bit starchier, and they're also really, really great for you. High in antioxidants and potassium. And they just provide a great vehicle and also great for making purple sweet potato things that kids will eat.
Kids like to eat with their eyes.
And they absorb everything.
For folks who don't know what a latke is, what's a latke?
Traditionally, it's used potatoes, onions, eggs. We are adding some cheese and chicken fat to it, which makes this recipe not kosher for most, but we can always remove that chicken fat and keep with the kosher sweet latkes.
So how do we get started?
So what we're going to do is we're going to grate all your things on a large grater. So we're
Probably
gonna,
the hardest part of this.
the hardest part and the most labor intensive. And just go right into your onion afterwards. And then we're going to take one of our pecorinos, Toscana, which is a softer 30-day aged. And you can do that right on that large grind as well. So no need to wash anything in between. And then we're going to move over and we're going to drain it.
Because why is moisture bad in this recipe?
Moisture's bad because it won't fry and it won't get crispy. And the best part about latkes is the crispy.
They're crispy.
bits. So we're going to just drain out those onions. The sweet potatoes don't have a lot of moisture, but the onions really, really do.
Look at that.
Is there a way to tell whether your mixture has too much water in it, or?
Absolutely. If you have too much moisture in there, you're going to notice it, and it's not going to come together. They're not going to form those beautiful cakes. And if that happens, we do have some additional rice flour or cornstarch or AP flour that you can use just to fix that in a pinch.
So now you've got your grates.
So now we have our onions and sweet potatoes. We're going to take some 2 eggs. Chicken fat, which again,
Where
if
do
you
just get chicken fat,
ask your butcher or in the store also.
Okay.
And
That's
then
the chicken nicely.
That's the chicken. Will give you some.
Wow, you're on a roll.
you like that one?
And then we're going to add a touch of Calabrian chili paste here.
Ooh, so a little spice.
A little spice.
Do you taste the spice?
I can't wait till you try this.
I know, I'm very excited.
It's so
I'm
delicious.
And then this is our Pecorino Toscana, which adds a tang. I've never tried
That's a really good latke. Sometimes latkes are bland.
That is good.
Yeah.
And then a Pecorino Romano.
Look at all the flavor that's going on.
And then you mix that up
We're
together.
going to mix it, just a touch of salt too,
Just
just in case. And then we're going to mix that up.
Right.
Hillary, where do you, this seems like a simple question, but I just don't remember seeing purple sweet potatoes. Have I just not been looking for them?
You have to go to a grocery store.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
No, honestly, I'm being completely honest. My kids do sweet potato fries a lot. Like it's the one thing I can count on, and I've never seen purple. You're right. Maybe I just haven't looked.
You can look in the grocery store. There's a company that makes them in the United States, and also you'll find them in Asia. Hawaii is a large producer of sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes.
All right. Okay.
And then we're
And then
just a
we're
scoop.
scooping
oil.
into the oil.
Okay. What kind of oil do you like to use?
I use extra virgin olive oil most of the
okay.
time to cook, especially in the restaurant. I think it provides a great flavor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
And
That
that
smells
crispiness.
the second you put
And
that in
we're
there.
going to caramelize those onions and those sweet potatoes in there.
And how long will you cook it on each
About
side?
3 to 4 minutes.
On each
Engaging on each side.
Okay.
I can never decide between applesauce or sour cream. What do you like?
I am all the way sour cream.
Sour cream?
Yeah.
Wait until you try this. I'm just.
And if you want to really dress this up for a great holiday party, we do add some caviar in my house on that.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Well done.
This is just.
Happy
we have
plates.
happy plates. Look, there's nothing on our plate.
That's amazing.
Well done, chef.
A little sweet, a little salty. This is
Wow,
fantastic.
this is delicious.
Kind of like you, Al. Kind of like you.
Yeah, that's right. Very much so. Hillary, thanks so much. You can get this. See?
Dreidel down.
God knows my ugly. You can get this recipe and save it for later by signing up for a Today account with the QR code or head to today.com/food.
So good.
It's just so good.
I know.
It is.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, a different kind of holiday treat. The incredibly talented Chloe Flower is here to perform a song off her brand new album. When we come right back.
I mean, seriously, I'm
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
This morning, we have a musical holiday treat.
The incredibly talented Chloe Flower has worked with everyone from Babyface to Celine Dion.
Well, you may remember she brought the house down with a show-stopping performance alongside Cardi B at the 2019 Grammys.
Now, Chloe is out with her first ever holiday album. It's titled Chloe Hearts Christmas. And Chloe's over here at her spot at the piano. It's so nice to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
So must be so exciting. It's the holidays. It's your first holiday album. You collaborated with Babyface and Questlove. What was it like working with them and putting this together?
I mean, it was amazing to have these veterans who know so much about not just classical music, but pop music. So it was the perfect combination. Kenny Babyface has been my mentor for over a decade. So he's the one that really taught me to not conform to any box and to create my own lane if I need to.
Speaking of not conforming, that dress is
amazing.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's
Nina
quite-
Ricci.
It's quite
by
the
Harris
gift.
Reed. Thank you.
So, I mean, the whole marrying pop music with classical music, that's kind of your jam now. How did that come to be?
You know, I think I'm authentically very traditional classical. I love that genre, but I also love pop music and pop culture. So I call it popsicle, like popsicle.
I like that.
You know, like just really trying to navigate between traditions and, innovation. And I think holiday music is really the perfect sound for that because everyone recognizes the tune. And so they can hear my own, classical pop spin on it.
I love it. Do you have any favorite traditions around the holiday season?
Well, it's going to be that potato latke. It's about to be that.
That was so good.
It is good. We'll get you one.
Love to get you some.
It's about that, but I love like stuffing and kimchi together. I know that sounds crazy. It's like popsicle.
Popsicle.
Yes, that's
Even
great.
with your food.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Well, we can't wait to hear your song.
Thank you.
Without further ado, this is Chloe Flower with Christmas Tree.
faces that you make while you're playing.
Oh my goodness.
I love that.
The choreography. It's so fun. Smooth. Chloe's holiday album, Chloe Hearts Christmas, it's out right now. Be sure to pick it up. And we'll be right back.
I wish I would have practiced.
Before we get out of here, we want to celebrate this guy, Mr. Roker. Al made the Route 100 list of the most influential Black Americans. The list celebrates influencers, activists, thought leaders who have significantly...
I've never had a thought.
That's not...
Oh, please.
Significantly impacting pop culture and culture in general. By the way, we should also note, higher on that list, his much, much better half, Deborah Roberts, on the list as well.
You
last
guys are having a great season.
They
are.
attended the Route 100 event over at the iconic Apollo Theater last night. So congrats.
Congratulations.
I'm just happy to be anywhere after last year.
Stop.
I mean, you're so humble about it. And I don't think you really appreciate how much impact you have on so many people.
Well, that's awfully nice.
Such a trailblazer. We're so honored to sit by you every
Oh, stop it.
Coming up tomorrow on the third
You should
hour.
hear what they say in the commercial.
The third hour today. Tony Shalhoub is live in
can't
Studio
wait.
1A.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, face off in a holiday edition of The Great Debate.
I wonder what that is.
Yeah. I'm going to go bask in your presence now. But let's just stand here.
Your glow, your aura.
We will
Top
see you
100.
tomorrow. Have a
Top
great day.
100.
Bye-bye.
Today, from the new Christmas movie Candy Cane Lane, actress Robin Thede. Plus, Vanderpump Rules stars Ariana Madix mixes up some holiday cocktails. And it's a carefree Christmas concert. Jenna and I take you behind the scenes to show you how we got ready for our live Plaza performance.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Let's go! Hi! It's Wednesday. It's December 6th.
And we're twins.
We are twins because today was a very, very big day.
You can hear that song, right? I hope you didn't miss it.
Because this is, if you did, these were our perforance outfits.
Yes.
When
Which we
sang.
decided
Yeah.
to continue to wear. It did pop open. We forgot about that.
By the way, this morning we did something that you and I both never done before.
Right there.
We had a Plaza concert with a great choir from the Manhattan Music School. They were amazing. And that, of course, is Cheryl Porter.
She's
the
incredible.
Queen. Can you believe what? Wait, let's just reflect for 1 second.
Okay.
What just happened?
We were nervous.
Yeah.
We arrived this morning at
5:30.
5:30. I was going to say 4:50.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Yeah.
5:30. We danced.
We practiced. We were
That's us.
upstairs trying to learn our moves.
That's our choreographer. Amanda.
We were trying to get our kicks down, and then we went outside.
Oh gosh, wow.
We were trying to get our moves down. That was at about 6 or so. Then it led up to this moment coming out into the crowd.
Yes. We were feeling quite nervous.
But scared. By the way, that's no joke, what entertainers must feel. I mean, we felt it for a nanosecond, and
Yeah, because our song is 1 minute and
29
seconds. Is it 29?
29.
This is the takeaway for me, is doing something new.
Yep.
No matter how old you are, is something you should do all the time.
So fun. Did you get any feedback?
I did. I received a text.
Okay.
I received a couple texts.
I did too, but who
What
were
did
yours
you
from?
hear?
I got from my mom, great job, or something like that.
Well, I
What'd
just
you get?
received because Central Time, 8:45. Hit the high notes like I taught you. Fine performance. From my dad. And my mother just chimed in, very cute.
Is that a ringing endorsement?
Very cute.
I think we should get some clarification.
Should we try to
Just
FaceTime
try
my
it.
dad?
No, because it's unclear if he liked it. He just said, like I taught you. Just try
I don't usually like it when I put him on the spot like this, but
it's okay.
What could go wrong?
Nothing.
He may not answer.
He probably won't. I wouldn't.
I did not warn him.
Oh, no. He's answering. No, he's
Nope,
not.
he's
no,
not.
he's going to. He's going to.
I don't think so.
Yes, he can. Yes, he
Mm-mm.
will. You don't think so?
Anyway, we're wasting our chat.
It
just
doesn't
hoping-
matter
because he knows what
he
time
knows
we're on TV.
He's like 10:03.
He could be on the elliptical. He could be painting.
Maybe he's painting.
He's not answering.
He's not. Okay.
No.
It's
Okay.
okay. It's okay. Did he
Hello?
Oh, there he
Why
is.
did you change it to FaceTime audio?
Hold on. I got him on my watch.
Oh, you're
Oh,
on
you're on
a
your
watch? This is Hoda, Dad.
Hi.
Howdy.
How are you?
What? You're
Hold
on
it up to
your
mic.
watch, but we don't know.
Here we go. Hold on.
Okay.
Hang on. Here. Okay.
Yeah, Howdy.
Yes, honey. I hear you. By the way, did you see our performance?
I did. I was unbelievably impressed.
What was your favorite part?
Listening to the African American woman sing.
Cheryl Porter.
Cheryl is the queen.
What about us?
I thought you all were cute, and I think your dance moves were well choreographed, and I think the sound guy did a good job of making sure your voices were subdued.
Well, thank you, Dad. We appreciate it.
No, it was very good. It really was fun.
Oh,
It was lively.
we loved it.
It was lively, and it'll become a bestseller.
Oh, a bestseller.
Your dad thinks it'll become a bestseller. Okay.
You're on TV. We love you.
We love you.
Bye.
Okay. He called me Hody.
Hody.
Do you know who calls me Hody?
Who?
All of the people who've known me my whole life.
Oh.
That's what my
I
sister
called you
calls me, my
Hody.
brother calls me, and all my high school friends. That's what they called me. And called. That is so funny he did that.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay, you guys, Taylor Swift.
By the way, our song's on iTunes. Download it.
Download
immediately.
it. We already
We need to climb
already
the charts.
charted, but we'd like to chart higher.
Okay, so let's talk about Taylor.
Okay. So Taylor Swift was
Yeah.
named Times Person of the Year.
Yeah.
First of all, we all sort
Look at
of
this
predicted
picture.
it.
Look at the picture.
Second of all, this picture is iconic because that is her cat. I don't know if it's Meredith or Olivia or Benjamin.
I don't know. I don't remember what the guy from Time was on. I think it was her idea. She brought her
But
cat.
do you know her cat's names?
Olivia, like from Law and Order.
Benjamin.
Yeah.
And Meredith.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one that is, but what I've decided is that
It's
Olivia.
Olivia.
Thank you. She talks about everything. We know that she has changed single-handedly the economy in this country. So, I mean, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't given a real sit-down interview in 4 years. She sat down with Time Magazine.
Yeah.
She talked about when she was canceled, which I thought was interesting. Like, how do you come back and how does it feel? Because throughout her career, it's been a long career.
Yes.
We don't even realize, like
No, I
17
know.
years. So she knows what it's like
What
to
do you
be
mean when
out.
she was
There was a
canceled?
time, which she will describe in the article, where she was canceled and was trying to claw her way back into everyone's back into the spotlight, I
Yeah.
guess. But it's so fascinating. And now she talked about her relationship and all that stuff. So I think it's cool.
Yeah, so she was asked about being public with the relationship, and she says, when you say the relationship is public, that means I'm going to see him do what he loves. We're showing up for each other people are there and we don't care.
Yeah.
It's so true. It's like she's going to dinner and we're calling their relationship public.
Right. She's like,
doing
I'm
what
eating.
everybody else
Yeah,
does.
I'm going to the movies.
Anyway, but I'd like to let everybody know that I'm going to be recreating that photo with Hollywood on my shoulders. And just see how people
Just to see what,
just
see how
to
it
see
goes.
How people maybe
It might be a thing.
Yeah, maybe
It might be a thing.
You never know.
All right, so Millie Bobby Brown and Jake Bon Jovi, they got their first Christmas together as an engaged couple. So Millie told People magazine that she introduced Jake to her family holiday tradition of opening that first Christmas present on Christmas Eve. And Jake, I don't think that's his thing.
No, he gave it a shot, but he said, no, we cannot do this.
He's not on board.
I do think it's a very controversial thing.
Opening one present? We do one.
It's because it's very entrenched in some people's traditions, and some people think you have to wait till Santa comes.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Which
agree.
one do you?
We always opened, ever since we were kids, one on Christmas Eve.
And you let your kids do it?
Yes, and we do one on Christmas Eve. One. And I don't let them pick, because sometimes Santa comes overnight, but sometimes there are a couple from like family members under the tree. I don't let them pick like one that looks like the big one. You can have a little guy.
See, we usually give the Christmas pajamas.
Oh, that's a good one. So
Right?
what are one of your
Okay, our traditions, we eat Mexican food on Christmas Eve.
You do?
Because,
Always?
yeah, why would you have a turkey when there is an enchilada?
I think you're right.
Why would you have some ham when a taco exists?
Yes.
Why celebrate without the things you love, like queso and guacamole? It's a pretty Texas thing.
Is that ever since you were a kid you guys did that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Kid-ish. What about you? What's some of your traditions?
We usually do a good Christmas Eve dinner. We usually have a Christmas Eve dinner and a big Christmas Day breakfast. We don't necessarily have a Christmas Day dinner because by dinner time everyone
But you
is
have
out.
a Christmas Eve
dinner.
breakfast.
Yeah, Christmas Eve dinner, Christmas Day breakfast.
Okay. All right, you guys. We love a good biopic, so it's time for. I can't wait for that.
So a new trailer. Looks so good. Bob Marley. It's called One Love, and it just dropped.
Okay, the film tells the reggae icon's powerful story of overcoming adversity and the journey behind his revolutionary music. Take a look.
Don't let them fool you.
That's a hit.
Oh, no.
Reggae is the people music.
You know you're a superstar.
I am a superstar. You can't separate the music and the message. You see, reggae music come to unify the people. I want the world to change. And that time is now.
This is our message to you.
Oh my gosh.
We're seeing that.
We cannot wait.
Kinsley Benadir plays Bob Marley. That looks so
incredible.
good. Because you realize you don't know the whole story. I don't know his whole story.
No,
but
we know his music.
Yeah, his music's amazing.
Okay, and the movie hits theaters on February 14th.
Valentine's Day.
Can't
All
wait.
right. Okay.
Oh wait, we need to make a big correction, and we apologize. Taylor was actually photographed not with Meredith
Or Olivia, as we said.
with her cat Benjamin Button. We apologize.
Sorry. We're clearing up the confusion.
Yes, we are. It's important that
Don't
we tell the
at
truth.
us.
No,
We're
please
sorry.
don't.
Coming up next, author Nicole Avant shares her moving memoir about family, love, and legacy coming up right after this. She matches her book.
Oh. Now to a beautiful new memoir about turning pain into purpose, written by author, ambassador, and filmmaker Nicole Avant.
I recently had the pleasure of sitting down with Nicole for my Making Space podcast, and our conversation stuck with me for a long, long time. Her new book is called Think You'll Be Happy: Moving Through Grief with Grit, Grace, and Gratitude. Nicole's here to talk about it, but first, a little bit more on her story.
Nicole Avant has succeeded in so many different fields, from entertainment to politics to philanthropy. But at her core, the title that suits her best is Clarence and Jacqueline Avant's daughter.
But ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Though you may not know her father, Clarence Avant, by name, you probably do know his work as a music legend and entertainment mogul, working with artists like Bill Withers on Ain't No Sunshine. Nicole's mom, Jacqueline Avant, was a philanthropist, always modeling the importance of service for her children. Nicole drew from her upbringing the ability to create a remarkable career of her own as a diplomat, serving as the U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas under the Obama administration, a filmmaker, actress, and author. But everything changed for Nicole one night in 2021 when the unthinkable tragedy struck.
Just after 2 o'clock this morning, Jacqueline Avant was shot inside of her house.
Someone broke into her mother's home and shot her. She was 81 years old. The loss was devastating, but Nicole channeled her grief with the grit, grace, and gratitude her parents instilled in her, going on to write a beautiful memoir titled after the last text message she received from her mom called Think You'll Be Happy. And she joins us today to talk about it.
Wow, what a pleasure to have you
you.
sitting here. What a
Thank
beautiful
you. Thank
life
you for
you're
having me.
living. The title of your book is so apropos.
Yeah.
I mean, tell us a little bit about that.
So, Think You'll Be Happy that was the last thing my mom ever said to me.
Yeah.
She wrote that. We were talking about a sweet potato pie. It was after Thanksgiving. My dad took my pie home by accident, and she said, "Please come get your pie." I said, "I'll think about it, and I'll come by tomorrow."
Yeah.
And that was around 8 o'clock at night. And then she wrote back, "Okay, think you'll be happy." And that was
it.
That was it.
Yeah.
How have those words helped guide you during this time that I know must have been wildly painful?
Extremely painful, but it was a mantra for me. You know, I just said it to someone else the other day. Of course her last words to me were, "Think you'll be happy." Because Jacqueline Avant always she always focused on your thoughts, your words, your actions. Everything creates your atmosphere. And she was always so focused on having a happy atmosphere and an atmosphere being in my mind and a happy heart. And so she left me with this mantra of resilience of, I have to think not even just positively, but constructively.
Yeah.
And want to move through life and want to live life to my absolute fullest.
I love how she raised you. Her and your father raised you up.
Yeah.
And I loved what you said. You said sometimes you would go on trips, and your mother always took you to two places. And wherever you went around the world, what were those two?
The orphanages and the museums. And
Why was that?
Because she wanted me to see all walks of life at all times. So she's always said, you know, yes, we are blessed. Yes, we have a lot. But it becomes hard if you don't, your life will become hard and you won't have meaning and you won't have significance if you don't share your blessings. And in order to share your blessings, you have to see the people in need. You have to see the children don't have families, who don't have anyone to care for them, who don't have photographs of them in their bedrooms or anything, who have no stability. And so she wanted me to see the beauty of life because she loved all music and theater and art, but she also wanted me to see the reality of life. And I love that she gave me both at all times.
I love in the book you say we can't hoard our blessings.
No.
We have to
Share them.
Yeah, and you write too about in the depths of your despair, looking into the mirror.
Yes.
And talk about those moments.
I remember you go, when grief hits you so hard, you start to spiral. And I felt like I was sinking in quicksand. And I remember looking in the mirror saying, I'm going to do this. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And then finally I said, no, Nicole, who are you going to be? Who are you going to be in this moment for your father, for yourself, for your family? And I said, I want to be courageous. I want to be brave. And and I want to move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgiveness to me is a big word. It's something you probably have to do daily.
Yes.
To have some random person coming in the night, you know, and committing this horrible crime, how did you find it in yourself to forgive this person, or have you completely, I guess?
For me, you know what? Forgiveness is for me. It had nothing to do with him. It had to do everything with me and my sanity. And I decided I'm not going to suffer for my sanity. And so forgiving was releasing. I wanted to release the anger, the fear, the frustration, the disappointment. But I don't condone a behavior. And I think a lot of people equate forgiveness with condonement and also forgiveness with reconciliation. Sometimes reconciliation happens, sometimes it doesn't. My whole thing is the poison of unforgiveness. I didn't want the poison to sit in my heart, and I actually have a happy heart. I have a grateful heart, and I like living. And so I didn't want to give my energy. I'm like, you already took my mom, and by me not forgiving means that you get to take my life, you get to take my energy, you get to take my joy. And I wasn't going to give that away to anybody, him or anybody else.
Yeah.
Wow,
You know?
that is so powerful.
It's beautiful.
isn't it?
We know that grief, that there are many people that are grieving right before the holidays. Do you have any advice that helped get you through losing your mom, and you've lost your father now?
You know what helps me is thinking about everything that they loved and doing things that they loved. You know, I listened to the music that my parents loved. So I listened to lots of Duke Ellington and Frank Sinatra and Bill Withers, everything from my father. And then my mom loved Johnny Mathis and the Commodores and everybody. And then I watch all the movies that she loved also. And then I go to museums now. I go to every exhibit, you know, at
Which is
different
something
museums.
you maybe didn't do
I
before?
didn't do all the time. And now, I think the best way to honor people who have transitioned is to celebrate their lives and to keep talking about them and to talk about the things that they taught you, the lessons that they gave you, and the gifts that they gave you. And at least it fills me up with a lot of gratitude and helps me through the grief, because grief is a process. And it's not just a one-stop. One day you're going to feel it, the next day you don't. It doesn't work like that.
But you know what? That's what you're doing with this book. You're honoring
Thank
them
you.
in such a beautiful,
Thank
meaningful
you.
way.
It's a beautiful book. It's a beautiful book to give someone over
Yes,
the
it's a
holidays. I
great
think
book.
if you're looking to heal, it's the spot.
Thank
Nicole,
you.
What a
Nicole,
pleasure. You're
thank you
so
for being
such an
here.
amazing
Thank you for
person.
having me.
You can find Nicole's book, Think You'll Be Happy, on today.com/books. And as we mentioned, I did sit down with Nicole for the latest episode of my Making Space podcast, dropped today. So scan the QR code, hear our full conversation, or you can find it wherever you get your podcast.
I know. I need to go listen to it
it's real good.
we didn't get enough time.
We need
I'd like
more, Nicole.
Nicole, thank you. Coming up next, y'all, a holiday trailblazer who happens to be hilarious, Robin Thede, after this.
Robin Thede is a Hollywood talent who can do it all. She was the head writer for Comedy Central's The Nightly Show with Larry Wilmore. She also created, wrote, and starred in the popular HBO comedy series, A Black Lady Sketch Show.
Now, just in time for the holidays, Robin is starring alongside Eddie Murphy in the #1 movie on Prime Video, Candy Cane Lane, where she plays a woman under the spell of an evil elf who's trapped inside a Christmas village. Take a look.
Well, why me? Why any of us?
Because we took the bait.
Anyone can make one mistake, and then you're cursed and no one can help you.
She's evil but needy, like a cat you bought and raised but hates your guts.
Well, she sent me looking for gold, frankincense, and myrrh. I mean, gold was easy. Obviously, I have a ton of that in my house. But what even is that other stuff? I went to every Sephora I could find. I found plenty of Fenty, but no myrrh. No myrrh!
How can you be that? How can you be that funny in that animated version?
You know what's so great?
What?
The director Reggie Hudlin was reunited with Eddie Murphy since they did Boomerang years ago.
Boomerang,
Can
that
you
was a
imagine?
classic.
So they came back together, and so Mr. Eddie Murphy, the comedy legend, and Reggie Hudlin, who's a director I've loved forever, they just let us improvise so much. And Tracy Ellis Ross is starring opposite of Eddie, and she's amazing. So it was just honestly like a warm bath the whole time. We got to really do so many fun things. And the great thing was Chris Redd, Nick Offerman, and I played the people who are trapped as the figurines. And so Reggie would want us on set for most of the scenes in case they wanted to animate us in. We only had a few lines in the original script, but when he talked to us, he said, no, I want you guys to come in and like just improvise with them and lift them up in the scenes and really, so we kind of worked it scene by scene, and it was just so fun because they would have us come in our human selves, right, and improvise with them or rehearse lines. Then we would go to a sound booth and they would only hear us in their ears. So, but it was nice because Eddie and Tracy really wanted us to have that, to play in person first so that it wasn't so separate.
But it's also such an important lesson about showing up.
That's right.
Because you could have been like, well, no, if it's not my line, I'm not going to be there. But because you showed up, you're a miniature little main part of this.
I know. No, we're in the whole movie. It's really amazing.
What's it like working with Eddie Murphy, by the way? He's a legend. We've pointed that out, but that's a wow.
You know what? The way he wanted to work is so indicative of his personality. He's so giving.
Is he?
I think when you're that good, you don't have anything to prove.
Yeah.
So he would be effortlessly funny in everything that he did. But when the comedians got on set and really started going, especially me and Chris Redd, we were relentless. And he would just go with us and light up. And it was just, I mean, can you imagine as a comedian to make Eddie Murphy laugh?
Yes,
We would put little tallies in our sound booth for how many times we made him laugh. Even if we just had one a day, we were like, we won.
We made him. We have to talk about you as a young person making people laugh.
Yeah.
Was it something you longed to do?
It was. I think, I grew up really poor, and I think for bullies and stuff like that, humor was my way of
your shield,
getting them away. Yeah, because I was tiny. I was like under 5 feet until I went to college, and I'm now not much taller. But yeah, so I think I used humor as kind of a defense mechanism, and it kept me out of fights.
Yeah. We read that you didn't speak until you were 5.
Wait, I'm
Almost
kind of
5.
mad at your sister for this.
I know.
What did she do?
It's amazing. I know. And she has no remorse about this, by the way. So my sister, who's 15 months older than me, and who has been a teacher and principal and educator her whole life, she's amazing. But she was that even early. She taught me how to speak because we shared a room.
Yeah.
But we were never separated until I was 4.5. And so she would tell me at night, I'm teaching you these words. And she taught me how to read. I could read and everything.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. And she said, but don't talk to anyone because this is our secret language and they won't understand you and they'll think you're crazy and they'll separate us. Like, she was so imaginative. Now, mind you, she's only 15 months older than me. So this started when she was like 2. So she already knew how to talk and read at 2. She was crazy advanced. Genius level.
But she told you not
So
to
she
talk.
told me not to talk. So I had the flu, and so I stayed home one day, and it was the first time we were not together in our whole lives.
Yeah.
And so I needed a glass of water. So I was in my high chair, and my mom was washing dishes, and she had her back to me. I didn't have a first word. I had a first sentence. I said, I need a glass of water, Mom. Or, Mom, can I have a glass of water?
But your parents were worried about you, right?
Oh, yeah. They took me to the doctor. The doctor said she can talk. She's just not doing it. And so they had taken me to so many doctors, and there was no medical diagnosis. They were like, she'll talk eventually. And when I did, my mom dropped the plate she was washing, and she was like, oh, my God.
So wait, what happened with your sister? Did she get in huge trouble?
I don't remember. I have to ask.
Yeah.
But when I ask her about it to this day,
She acts like it's no big deal.
she remembers it and is proud of it.
She's gaslighting you.
She is very much gaslighting me.
you.
Thank you.
Oh,
you know
my
what?
God.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's FaceTime her
to talk to my therapist.
Robin, let's FaceTime her in commercial break.
Yes.
Because Robin is sticking around to give us her take on some hot topics right after this. I cannot believe she's done.
She's proud of it.
But I can't believe.
are back with Candy Cane Lane star Robin Thede, who stuck around to lay down the law on some trending topics.
Yes.
In our series.
All rise for Judge Robin. All right, Robin, we're going to give you a topic.
Come on, graphic.
Yes, and then you're
Y'all are good.
We're taking care of you. All right.
I love it.
You're
I
gonna
live
hit-
here now.
You're going to hit the gavel
Okay.
when you come to here's the first
practicing.
one.
Okay.
Okay.
Public makeouts. I'm not sure if you watched the episode where Hoda recently revealed she's a fan of making out in furniture stores. What do you think about them?
Okay. Sorry, Hoda, but this is getting overruled.
Why is that?
Don't love it. If I'm shopping for a futon, I don't need to see your tongue down someone's throat. All right? A little peck is fine, but like full, like, I'm like, yeah. I'm the get a room person.
But
you know?
oh, you are. But don't you love when you might get caught, but you're not sure? Everybody loves that. What are you talking about?
No, I haven't had a man touch me in decades. So I don't even remember.
All right, okay, here's the next one. Here's the next one. Adult Christmas list. When adult makes a list for holiday gifts, are you for or against?
Okay, so I'm split on this one. If it's someone that you've been gifted to before or that you get a gift for, all for it. If it is someone that just sends you a random email list or an Elfster list, absolutely not. Overruled. I just think there has to be like a real bestie connection.
Yeah.
And not a list, just like one or two things.
Well, like you're like, I'm getting you this. What do you want? Something like that.
Sure.
Okay.
But I like to give people what they want. I don't like to shop for what I think they should have.
Totally.
Okay.
I'm not one of those people. You're a shop for what you want them to have person?
No.
She totally is. You're like, I've got
Yeah.
this self-help book for you.
And you're like, wow, thanks.
I think you
I
need
wanted
to
a
read
Sephora
these
gift card.
quotes every night, and I hope you enjoy. But I like it.
Drag her!
But I like it. I know you are. She is. I know she is. Okay. Your next one.
Okay.
Renaissance hat bands.
Oh, yes.
Now, this is big. Let's look at
I know all about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
AMC has asked viewers. To remove their hats before Beyonce's Renaissance movie plays. Now, we know you love Beyonce.
Obsessed.
Like we all do.
Yes.
What do you think about this hat ban?
Okay, this is sustained because no one told me to do that, by the way. I'm just doing
I
that.
like it.
I need a bit. Okay, so I went to see Renaissance 3 times in a row in one weekend.
Wait, the movie or the
the concert.
Oh, the actual
Were you
concert?
exhausted?
Yes, I was.
Where'd
I
you
still
go?
am. In LA, I saw it every night.
Okay.
For 3 nights. And I said, if she can do this, I can do this.
Yeah, that's right.
I was wrong. I had to be hospitalized. No.
It's true.
It's exhausting. And no one knows unless you've gone because you have to do all the dance moves and just watching her is making you out of breath.
Getting in and out is
Getting in and out is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the concert, I say, if you paid $5,000 for a nosebleed seat, wear 10 hats. But in the movie theater, where you paid $20 to see it, I think take the hat off.
Take the hat off.
Also, word of caution, the movie is 3 hours long. You don't want to be in a hat that whole
It
time.
hurts your head. It hurts your head.
Here's our last topic and a very important
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Our Plaza performance of A Carefree
Yes.
Christmas.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw it.
I absolutely did.
Okay, we'd like to hear your verdict.
Yeah. There it is. And I will tell you, I'm a harsh critic. Okay? Sustained! It was fantastic! Was it? She's sustained. You guys, the performance alone, 10, 10, 10s across the board. Your enthusiasm, your joy. Also, you're with Miss Cheryl, who I'm such a big fan of.
You know Cheryl too. Everybody
Yes, I'm
loves her.
obsessed with her. I literally conned her into giving me her phone number.
While she was here?
I ran into her in the lobby and I was like, can we be friends? She was like, yeah, here's my number.
Oh, that's so funny. I conned her into it too because we
Good
want to have
job.
more
We
lessons.
want more lessons. She's really great. She
All
made
right.
you guys sound amazing.
Oh, thank
and
you.
I heard you're like in the top 10 on iTunes. What are you talking about?
I don't
right
know.
now?
We don't know. We
don't
were-
know. Was I not supposed to say it?
It's okay.
Okay.
No, we
well,
want to
whatever.
know. Thank you.
I think
Thank
you
you.
Robin, will you be our friend?
Yes, please.
We
Okay,
love
good.
you.
I love
Okay,
Robin.
and we want to talk to your sister.
Yeah.
I know.
We're mad
She's
at her.
great. Yeah. Don't
Okay,
be mad at her.
We
She's
love her.
great.
She's a principal.
Yeah.
Okay, you can catch Robin's holiday movie. Everybody's watching it. Candy Cane Lane. It's streaming now on Prime Video.
Coming up next, she's been called the reality star of the year. Vanderpump Rules, Ariana Madix. We're going to catch up over cocktails right after this. Vanderpump Rules star Ariana Madix found herself at the center of one of this year's biggest pop culture stories when news broke of her partner's affair. Of course, it was dubbed a scandal.
As Ariana's relationship publicly unraveled, she emerged stronger than ever, and now fresh off of Dancing with the Stars finale last night, she is out with a new book of cocktails. We are so happy to have you here.
Oh my gosh, Dancing with Congrats on Dancing with the Stars, by the way. You did so well. How are you feeling? That's work.
Yes, I am just over the moon.
Amazing.
Yeah, this was the most fun. I mean, the samba is a crazy dance. I'm so glad I never have to do the samba ever again in my life.
You're kind of happy to have it behind you, but it is
Yes.
incredible. Okay, we love this new book because
Thank
you
you.
describe it as your breakout album.
Yeah, well, it's, one
Breakout book.
Yeah,
Breakout. Did I say breakout?
It's like in the same vein that like a Taylor Swift or Kelly Clarkson is very good at writing music. I'm good at making cocktails.
Yes, this is
So I'm expressing myself through cocktails.
I like this. So each cocktail has its own little chapter, and this one is the Revenge Dress cocktail. So tell us about the story behind the drink.
So the story behind this drink is, I'll make one.
We can make what you do.
Okay, yeah. There's also cocktails here if you want to just have a sip.
Okay.
The story behind this is that, when we were filming the reunion for Vanderpump this year, Andy Cohen dubbed my dress a revenge dress.
Well, you looked gorgeous. And you were quite poised.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so when he said that, I just thought, well, now I have to turn this into a
How did you stay so poised in those moments?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I was just in another world. I came in there, I knew I had to have some things to say, and I had to get it all out.
Do you feel like you found closure by confronting Tom?
You know what? Ish.
You guys, last time you were here, I think you guys were still living in the same house. Is that long
I've
over?
been staying somewhere else currently, yes, during Dancing with the Stars. So working on the ownership situation.
Remember how we talked to you?
We begged you. We begged you to
said
move
it's
out.
time.
We said, get out.
We
Get
said,
out.
go to Craigslist if you
Go to-
must.
Yes. Find a roommate.
Okay, talk to us about this cocktail.
Okay, so this is the Oaxacan Flame cocktail, and this is a cocktail that I made basically just, where's my shaker? Here we go.
Shaker, sorry.
I made this cocktail with the idea that, when I went to a wedding in Oaxaca, like 10 days after everything happened, it was one of my oldest friends' wedding, and I was talking with her and a bunch of the other people who were there, and I basically learned from them that I didn't have to change who I was. And then it was a shift, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I met a really cute boy.
Let's talk about this really cute boy.
Is he here?
He's here.
I saw him out of the corner of my eye.
I'm looking, scanning. So tell us about, by the way, hi.
There he is.
He's so sweet and cute.
Okay.
So will we be seeing him on any of the newest reality
Maybe
episodes
once
coming?
or twice, but it's definitely not his thing, and he lives here, so.
How did you find someone who wasn't so aware of the whole situation?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
It's good karma is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to show you guys a trick when you
Yes.
want to impress your friends when you're bartending for holidays.
You burn an orange peel?
Well, you can do that too, but if you do, now let me see if this is juicy enough. But basically, if you light a flame and then you squeeze you see how it sparks?
Yeah, it sparked.
Like that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
What does that
And
do?
everyone gets.
It just
you get
just drop it in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Garnish.
cool. That's very
And then everyone's
cool.
impressed.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is your mocktail.
This is a mocktail, yes. So I do have
called
some
Life is
mocktails.
Beautiful.
Life is beautiful.
I like that.
Because that's the thing is life is beautiful. You know, I went through this thing. It was insane and horrible, but ultimately, life is so beautiful, and I really truly believe that.
You
know
come
how
out
it's
on
getting,
the other side.
and you know how we know that too? Aren't you going to be, don't you have a new gig coming up?
I do have a new gig.
What are you going to be
coming
doing?
up. I'm going to be playing Roxy Hart in Chicago on Broadway.
Broadway.
Yeah,
Go.
that's amazing. So you'll get to be here with your man,
Yes.
too.
And you guys.
Come
Come
see
and
us.
hang. For these cocktails, you can head to today.com/food. And for this new book, you head to today.com/books.
And Vanderpump Rules Season 11 begins in January on our sister network, Bravo, and you can catch up on all the prior seasons by streaming on Peacock.
Coming up next, our Carefree Christmas concert. Jen and I hit the stage with Cheryl Porter, and we are singing our holiday hit.
That happened earlier.
Oh, this looks
We
amazing.
could have used you. We could have used you.
I can't wait to see that.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We got sponsored. Okay, now to the moment we've all been waiting for, our Plaza performance of A Carefree Christmas.
Yeah, thanks to all of you, the song has climbed the iTunes chart and has become a hit. So we thought, why not perform it on the Plaza to spread a little holiday cheer?
So here we are, along with the very, very talented Cheryl Porter, singing A Carefree Christmas.
Sing it on. Let's ride the wave and turn the page. It's time for Christmas Day. Buy a small tree like home and copy for the holiday. Fire's roaring, weird she's boarding, joy is in the air. No social dilemmas all around us. Let's let down our hair. There's gonna be a carefree Christmas. Stop and smell the pine. Boughs of holly make us jolly. We're all feeling fine. Make it Texas free and no love fun. With memories to share. It's gonna be a carefree Christmas. For people everywhere. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from all and genuine love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from all and genuine love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from all and genuine love. La 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 Christmas. Merry Christmas from all and genuine love.
On camera.
He dropped his mic.
We love that. It was so much fun. By the way, we want to thank the choir. The Manhattan Music School Choir was amazing.
Amazing. And
in case-
Cheryl Porter, the incredible.
And in case you're wondering, guess what?
What?
We are on iTunes, top 20.
Top 20.
Yes, we are. Let's see. Okay, this is going to be awesome. We want to thank everybody who helped,
Yes,
including a
Amanda
great
Bartow,
Yes.
Mantarlo, sorry, my favorite. Thanks so much. She taught us our dance moves. Richard Baskin Jr. and the Manhattan School of Music Ensemble Voice Choir. And as we've said, Cheryl Porter, the Queen. And can we thank Gerard, too?
Gerard
I don't know
did
where
a great
Gerard,
job. Gerard was
dropping that
amazing.
mic.
Dropping the mic, dressed up as a gingerbread.
I did get off my dance moves a little because I felt like I had to twerk. But anyway,
All right.
we love you.
We got to roll.
Don't forget, you can stream A Carefree Christmas wherever you get your music. You can scan that QR code, and it will take you right to the song on Spotify.
We'll be back after this.
Merry Christmas from all and genuine.
Tomorrow, SNL's Chloe Fineman.
Plus, Nedra Glover Tawwab helps us set healthy boundaries during the holidays.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday.
So should we come dressed as twins?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
It's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable, so much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30 because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple of instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, But the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusiony and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of Black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary Black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest Black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her Black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that Black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the Black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Dude continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dooky. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges. If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes."
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962, and what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They had came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open, people couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So,
did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
Exactly.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow.
That looks perfect.
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning is moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well. Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ain't here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. Ah, the avocado. From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these for years to come. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
We call this right here the avocado tunnel of love.
In the past 20 years, believe it or not, avocado consumption has tripled in the United States. Today, the average American eats 8 pounds of these babies every year. I'm at Rancho Vasquez, one of the oldest avocado orchards in the country. Here, the Vasquez family grows several different varieties. Let's avocado check it out.
Al, welcome to Rancho Vasquez.
Art?
Yes,
Nice
Art.
to meet you.
How's it going,
Pleasure.
sir? Damian Vasquez.
Damian, nice
welcome
to see
the
you
range.
guys. Army veteran Art Vasquez has turned his love for avocados into a true family obsession. 4 generations live together on this scenic ranch. Many of them work in the orchard and help run the business. I've never been to an avocado farm. Wow. So
This will be a lot of fun.
You guys going to give me a tour?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Art's grandfather, Refugio Morones, moved to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1920s. He picked avocados and citrus fruit on several farms, but always dreamed of having his own orchard. When Art was 7, the family purchasing their first acre of this ranch.
And that's when my grandfather, Refugio, would start teaching me how to take care of the trees. That's when I really started loving picking. My brother and I would pick the avocados, take the avocados down to the town, knocking on doors, selling the avocados.
Art put his passion for produce on hold to pursue a career in the auto parts industry. In 2002, he was able to buy the entire property, which was destined to be raised for new houses.
We've taken it from 250 trees all the way up to 3,750 trees. This is something, a sustainable legacy that I can leave here and teach my children, grandkids, and the family how to work the earth, how to grow things organically.
Art had also saved a piece of Golden State history. Avocados are native to Mexico, but some of the first avocado trees in the U.S. were planted in L.A. County in the mid-1800s. Henry Dalton, a wealthy trader who owned ranches in California, fell in love with the fruit during trips to Central America. In 1848, Henry planted the first avocado tree in Azusa.
So when he moved to Los Angeles and he took over and bought Rancho Azusa, he knew there was fresh water coming from the Azusa Canyon. And so because of having the fresh water source and the awesome soil, he knew avocados would be great here.
During a tour of the ranch, I got to see a living part of that history.
What makes it special is one of the first planted avocado trees in the western United States. This puppy is one of a kind. It's like us, Al. It's one of a kind, okay?
And it's still producing fruit?
Still producing fruit. Produces anywhere between 500 to 600-700 pounds of fruit a year.
Experts estimate this tree is more than 100 years old. It produces a type of avocado known as the Fuerte, in Spanish meaning strong. It was the first avocado variety to thrive in the United States because it can withstand cooler temperatures. But in the 1920s, a new variety emerged in SoCal that would ultimately dominate the world market.
A guy by the name of Rudolf Haas, he was actually a postal carrier, but his hobby was growing. So he had an orchard at his house about 20 miles from here, La Habra Heights.
The Haas avocado was a total accident. An amateur farmer, Rudolf had purchased some mystery avocado seeds. When the tree matured, he was surprised by the dark, bumpy fruit it produced.
And that really took off commercially because it has a thicker skin. So for shipping purposes, and it's an amazing tasting fruit.
The Fuerte and many other avocados stay green when mature, but the skin on a Haas turns black when ripe, hiding any bruises. It didn't take off right away among consumers in the U.S., so it took a few marketing campaigns for Americans to embrace this creamy variety of the fruit.
This 4th, put little green in your red, white, and blue.
Today, 80% of avocados grown worldwide are Haas.
Now here, this is one of the first Haas trees commercially ever planted. Got 2 Haas trees right here.
Until the 90s, the majority of avocados consumed in the country were grown in California and weren't available year-round. But all that changed in 1994.
President Clinton made NAFTA the law today, linking the United States to Canada and Mexico in one large trading bloc.
When NAFTA passed, avocados from Mexico became available everywhere, and folks could enjoy them anytime. Today even named avocado toast a top trend of the 2010s.
Avocado toast. I'm not sure how this happened, but there came a time in the past 10 years when people began to realize that their lives were not complete without it.
Thanks to clever campaigns, new diet trends, and an abundant supply, avocado consumption has boomed in the last 2 decades, growing into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, 90% of those avocados come from Mexico. However, this has led to major environmental impacts, like deforestation. Rancho Vasquez wants to combat the negative effects of monoculture farming. As an organic orchard, they follow strict guidelines to help protect the land. How have the trees and what you grow tried to lessen the impact on the environment?
We pick the weeds by hand or we weed eat because it's all organic.
Yeah.
So we don't ever spray any weed killer or anything like that. The deer come and eat all the lower leaves and skirt the trees for us. And they turn that into natural manure.
Now, when it comes to picking, avocados require a gentle touch.
So we still do it the same high-tech way they did it 100 years ago.
Wow.
You
And this is my
pick and
grandfather's
pull.
pole right here.
Really?
Yeah, this is one of the old school ones. So you can pick any of these you want.
Okay.
So yeah, you just slide it right up till the avocado goes in the basket, and then you pull on the rope. There you go, you're almost there.
Pretty different. You're doing pretty darn good, you know?
A little bit further, and then pull the rope.
There you go, you got it. Good job. Here's a catch.
Ta-da!
There you go,
My
that's
first
a nice
avocado.
one too. It's gonna take a week to a week and a half right now to ripen and let it get soft.
How about going and tasting some?
Yes, sir. We picked some about a week or so, so they'd be perfect for you.
All right, let's do it. Believe it or not, there are more than 400 varieties of avocados. Rancho Vasquez in Azusa, California sells 6: the Fuerte, Hass, Lamb Hass, Reed, Pinkerton, and Gem. Each has a different shape, taste, and growing season. I've never seen such a round avocado. The ranch's avocados are prized by chefs and customers for their high oil content. That comes from the area's climate, nutrient-rich mountain soil, and secret farming techniques that have been passed down for generations.
The higher the oil content, the better the tasting fruit is. And then the longer it'll stay green.
You can taste and see the difference with their organic Hass.
It just keeps it
Wow,
really
you can literally
fresh.
see the oil coming out of it.
Yeah, so if you want to try just a little chunk, we'll give you a little chunk.
Oh, that's great. Next up, the family favorite, Fuerte. Oh, really a different flavor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's almost like a saltiness and a creaminess in there. Aside from his wife's guac, Art's favorite way to eat avos is actually with honey.
It's called avocado dulce, which is avocado candy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
I would have never thought of that. Guys, this is just amazing. What does it mean for both of you to be owners of this legacy?
This is a legacy I do want to leave. My family, my grandkids, Damien, and this will be around for, I'm hoping and praying, for at least another 100 years, you know?
And what does it mean for you, Damien?
Oh, it's like he said, just a place where history can keep going. Because the trees were here before us, and they're gonna be here after us. So we're just kind of stewards of the land in the meantime.
Let's share a little of this guacamole.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Let the chips fall where they may, as long as they've got guacamole on them. Avila's El Ranchito is a Southern California staple that's been in business for more than half a century. They've got 13 locations and counting of this family-run chain, but no two restaurants are exactly the same. Every Avila's owner puts their own spin on the family's traditional Mexican recipes. But here at the Seal Beach Outpost, they claim to have the best guacamole. So I've come to learn their secrets. It's time to guac and roll. Hey there, wow, got a lot of folks here. The aunts, uncles, siblings, and cousins behind Avila's El Ranchito really treat their guests like family. This location is run by Elise Avila Smith, a third-generation restaurateur. She credits the family's success to her grandma Margarita's hospitality.
You know, she just focused on really what we focus on, good, fresh food.
Salvador and Margarita, or Mama Avila, immigrated from Mexico to the U.S. in 1958. How did they get into the restaurant business?
My father had an opportunity to buy a restaurant and talked to my mother and decided, you know, this is a great opportunity.
Salvador using his life savings to purchase the old restaurant property in Huntington Park. He turned to his 6 kids, including Elise's dad, Victor, for support.
We would go after school and help them do whatever needed to be done. And my father was pretty much during the day taking care of the whole restaurant, and my mother was in the kitchen. So she was the only one in the kitchen.
And Grandpa Polder was washing dishes.
Mama's traditional recipes have been passed down through many generations.
They've come from way, way back in Mexico.
When it first opened in 1966, Avila's was the only Mexican restaurant in the mostly white neighborhood. Many customers had no interest in Mama's traditional dishes, so she developed a strategy to draw people in.
It seemed like natural for my mother to offer the people whatever they wanted, so it's more like a home. If they didn't have it on the menu, then my mother would go in the kitchen and make it anyway.
Over the next 3 decades, the Avila siblings opened 6 new restaurants in Southern California. This expansion wasn't a coincidence. Americans at the same time were falling in love with Mexican food. In the early 80s, there were an estimated 2,500 Mexican restaurants in the U.S. Today, there are more than 60,000.
I was bussing tables here as a child.
Elise witnessed that growth as a kid, watching her dad expand the family business.
So I grew up doing homework in a booth. On top of that, I grew up with my grandparents living 1 street over from me. So I grew up cooking with her for years and years.
After college, Elise tried working in other fields, but she was always drawn back to the restaurants.
I'd be working by day, you know, I worked for a magazine. And then my brother opened his first restaurant and I ended up serving tables at night. So no matter what I did, I kept ending up back in this business and I loved it. I realized that this was my passion, it's in my blood.
How do you qualify to open up an Avila?
Well, it's a process, let me tell you.
Is it really?
I had to work every position in the restaurant. So I washed dishes, I worked in the kitchen for a few years. I've done it all.
After proving herself for a decade, Elise opened her own Avila's in 2015.
When I first opened my restaurant, I worked for several months from about 6 in the morning till midnight. And finally, I remember my dad and my brother came in for an intervention and said, "You need to go home."
You gotta sleep.
You gotta sleep. So I went home and they ran my restaurant for the night. And I knew with my dad and my brother here, there was nothing to worry about.
Every Avila's restaurant is unique, reflecting the family member who owns it and the location. They have different decor and specialty menu items. Elise puts her own spin on the brand by offering an extensive tequila cocktail menu.
Dad, I'm gonna make you a drink right now.
Make it strong. Salud, mija.
But there are several dishes you're going to find at every location. Avocados are crucial to many of the family recipes, including the signature guacamole and their beloved chicken soup. Tell me about Mama Avila's soup.
It's that soup that feels like home to me. But it is a chicken breast and rice soup. We make it from scratch every morning, including the broth. We put fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it.
And people go, and the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to have some chicken soup.
You mentioned avocado goes into the soup. Tell me about the importance of avocado.
It's part of our culture. Bottom line is, nobody wants to eat Mexican food without avocado and some guacamole.
So I'm curious, first you, Victor, what's the secret to a good guacamole?
You have to make it, you know, almost really as on a daily basis, almost an hourly basis. It needs to be fresh. It needs to be well seasoned.
And a little bit of love.
I like to think I make a good guac, but I'm sure I can learn from the best. So how about showing me how you guys do guac? Before making some guac, I enjoyed a cucumber margarita and got a taste of Mama's famous soup. That's great. I would never think about avocado in chicken soup. Oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one, Al. That's all Grandma. All right, you ready to make some guacamole?
You bet.
All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dump some fresh garlic in here.
Okay.
This is a traditional molcajete. From there, you're gonna sprinkle a little bit of salt
Just
on
a
top.
little bit of
Just a little
salt.
bit of love. And then you're gonna use the chop to go ahead and grind it in there.
A molcajete, a Mexican mortar and pestle, is made from volcanic rock. And it's the family secret to great guac. The rough surfaces help crush the ingredients, releasing their natural oils better than chopping them up with a knife.
And we're gonna get in some fresh avocado. All right. And then you go ahead and mix that together. And I gotta be gentle with the avocado
soft.
with some
Be
love.
gentle, gentle. In go diced onions, lots of cilantro, and a good squeeze of lime juice.
Keep on mixing there, and you got yourself some good, fresh guacamole. I'm gonna dig in here with you too, Al.
Oh yeah,
You make good guacamole, Al.
I've learned from the best. Elise, to be part of something like this, what does it mean?
Honestly, I feel compelled to keep these beautiful recipes that are from, gosh, my great-great-grandparents running so that everyone that comes to our restaurant is able to taste them and to sit at our table and feel like family and just be a part of ours. Cheers.
How does a ceviche bar a little different from a sushi bar?
It's like a sushi bar, but more Mexican.
Uh-huh. This lively food court is home to several family-owned hidden gems. In fact, here you'll find Hobush, a modern eatery renowned for its sustainable seafood. The chef behind this vibrant menu pairs flavors from his childhood in Mexico with the freshest of California fare. Gilberto Cetina never thought he would dedicate his life to cooking, but his summers spent on the Yucatan Peninsula would later inspire a bold move.
Since I was a teenager, growing up in the coastal region, I would go diving with my cousins. We would dive down for octopus, we'd get lobsters, we'd get sea snails, and then he would take that back and cook it. And that was one of the first times that I felt a direct connection to food, because even back then, there was a disconnect, you know? Food came from the supermarket. And it was the first time I saw something that was like directly from the sea, and you can cook it and eat it right away. So that kind of blew my mind.
Gilberto immigrated to the U.S. when he was 5 years old. His father, Gilberto Sr., a former civil engineer, worked various restaurant jobs to support the family. How did your family transition from that kind of grassroots sort of food service to a real formal restaurant?
It really was through the help of the nonprofit that, you know, operates Mercado La Paloma.
This bustling market market is run by Esperanza, or Hope, a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing South Los Angeles and helping first-time business owners.
They gave us small business training, basic restaurant health department training. They co-signed loans so my dad could purchase the equipment. It was my dad's dream to have a restaurant that represented our Mexican food, the food of the Yucatan, which is very distinct from other regions of Mexico.
In 2001, Gilberto Sr. opened the family's first restaurant, Chichen Itza. The menu featuring traditional dishes like cochinita pibil, salbutes, and panuchos.
Lo empezamos la mamá de Gilberto y yo, o sea, mi esposa y yo. Al principio éramos 2 personas nada más.
They needed help, but Gilberto was reluctant to join the family business.
I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to be in the kitchen because I grew up in a household where we always, cooking was always used to make ends meet, like a lot of, immigrant families. So when we opened the restaurant and my dad asked me to come along and help him out for 6 months, I was front of the house. Slowly, I just discovered the cooking and that I enjoyed it and, started learning from my dad.
Even without formal training, Gilberto quickly learning the ropes, becoming a savvy businessman. 10 years in, Chichen Itza was thriving with dozens of employees. They even released a cookbook.
Con el paso de los años, finalmente empezó a sentir la misma pasión que yo tenía por el negocio.
After taking over at Chichen Itza, Gilberto was ready for a new challenge, one inspired by those summer boat trips in Mexico. Where does the name Holbox come from?
So Holbox is a place. It's an island off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula.
He wanted to bring tropical, fresh from the sea vibes, along with an elevated experience, to diners in South Los Angeles. When Holbox opened in the same market, it changed many perceptions of what Mexican food could be.
We go outside of the realm of Yucatan and we do food from all different coastal regions of Mexico.
Gilberto's fusion dishes allow the freshest fish to shine. Menu staples include seasonal ceviches and an octopus taco. His innovative cooking has wowed locals and critics alike. How does it feel to be nominated for a James Beard Award for this?
After the shock, I think the first thing that I felt was extreme pride in my team. To a certain level, I guess it feels a little bit like validation because we're doing something slightly outside of the box.
You look across Mexican cuisine, and one of the commonalities is the avocado. Why does the avocado work so well across cuisines in Mexico, but especially your cuisine?
The pairing of avocado goes extremely well with raw seafood preparations like ceviches and cocteles, and they're very bright, light, and acidic. I think avocado is the perfect complement because it gives it a little bit, creamy richness.
That delicate balance is best represented in the shrimp and scallop aguachiles, and I couldn't wait to try making it.
So aguachile is super simple. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a marinade that's gonna cook or denature our scallops, right? So we're just gonna take some cilantro.
Next up, the chili. Serrano peppers bring the heat. Persian cucumbers cool it down. There's a pinch of salt, ice to prevent oxidation, and a squeeze of lime juice. Then the marinade blends for just about a minute.
Now, we're just gonna take a bowl. Go ahead and put a couple of spoonfuls of these beautiful Baja California bay scallops.
Oh, look at those.
Now we're gonna pour the marinade and hold on to the spoon for stirring. Perfect. That's about right. We wanna let that marinate for at least 5 minutes.
Gilberto takes his aguachile to the next level with an avocado rose. After pitting and peeling, it was time to get slicing.
Your knife can be straight because your avocado is at an angle, and we're pull cutting. You're just gonna do this now. Look.
Okay. The key to a great rose? Super thin slices.
We're hiring,
Okay.
Now the next step, hands, right? We're gonna do this motion. We're gonna fan out the avocado, right? So, you see that?
Oh, wow.
There you go. Looking good there. I think that's good enough to roll. You're gonna start at the tip right here, and you just roll this one like that. You see how that's forming a really big flower?
Yes.
This is a pretty advanced skill, but I think it's one worth practicing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a nice party trick, you know?
Sure. Impress your friends.
Yeah. So, which one should we use?
I think that one. Made by the professional. Time to plate it up.
That's looking beautiful. You're a lot neater doing this than I am. I'll take like a spoonful of them and just drop it on there and then arrange them on the plate.
Ah, pro tip. And of course, the finishing touches. Wow.
This is our scallop aguachile.
And I helped make it. Can something this pretty taste as good as it looks?
That looks like a good bite.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yet so simple. Thank you, sir.
Al, it was a pleasure.
Fantastic. The Hass avocado may have started out as a lucky surprise, but for decades its popularity has been no accident. The Mexican-American culinary traditions passed down through the years have made this delicious and nutritious fruit a staple for so many of us across the country. And thanks to generations of enterprising families, this bumpy green fruit is going to have a very long shelf life. With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials. And of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. Let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo, I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing? Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip? Indeed. Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend, Henry Ford, joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just got to pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud, carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go. On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000 pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh. The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes, medium, large, and extra large. What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud, and they're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Wow, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not.
Not at all.
I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup. What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why. Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together. So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're part of the crew now, Al.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
Just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome
to
to Big
see
Mike's.
you,
Yes,
Mike.
sir. Good to
I'm
see you.
Al. All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
you guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she worked here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus, and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
A whole
almost
ball
every
of
day.
wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, AKA Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman, involved in a lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, "Hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me."
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and time was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream. What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes, so if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities. Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3 sides that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter, and we add a little bit of extra seasoning to this.
Is that a little special thing?
A little special season that we make up there. It's nice, light batter on it.
Right. With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw. Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have never thought of adding relish. And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go. Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
It's got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow. Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need.
Hey,
Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. Well, what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren. My daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I want to rock right now.
I'm Rob Bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kinsey, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey. There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades. What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special. So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness. Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are gonna do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you, and showing up for people who can't show up back, and loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people, and that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just, I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South, there's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss. What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. And it's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor. How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets here.
Okay, all righty. Jess then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something, and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning. Well, now what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're gonna let you help finish this off. This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting. That's fantastic, Jess. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say love is a secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach. There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level, obviously, is the Pekin Noodle Parlor. And then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families in the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for this century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, These restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States. Right?
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the
little
Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market. Give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies.